Yeah, thanks there, Dodge Howell. I love telling a great story when the world can't hear me. It's pretty typical for me. Anyway, I've just explained why I started late because I just finished burning myself on a piece of pizza and had to wash all the grease off my hands and off my face and everything. Oh yeah, it was a great story, very animated, a lot of stuff going on. Uh, and we had a visitor in the studio that arrived about 45 minutes ago and stayed for about half an hour. But the net result was that I had to what I had been planning to do for half an hour, I ended up not getting to do, which was finish putting the green stuff on the bases of these 5 minis. So before my rather large blob of green stuff dries up on me, I'm going to be putting green stuff on these bases, and then I'll get back into and finish painting these Stormcast Eternals, these Annihilators, which I had a good time painting the Annihilators last time, the ones with the shields, and doing little lightning bolts on them. These guys don't have the same opportunity, but I think I'll try to do lightning bolts on their little warhammers there, and it should work out fairly well. But yeah, I'm gonna do this green stuff. If you have questions about putting green stuff on bases, happy to talk about it. But I think most people know how to put. I should never assume. You shouldn't assume that people know how to put green stuff on bases. A lot of people don't actually know how to do a lot of different things in the hobby. So the first guy. So my main effort is actually this base, which is to put. This is a base for a beholder, and the beholder goes on this little flight stand thing. And speaking of, not everybody knows how to do this. This is for a customer who I paint stuff for, but he's painting this beholder himself. But he didn't know how to do a green stuff base, so he asked me to build this base for him. So it's pretty straightforward. One of the key things is don't make more green stuff than you can use in the time you've got available. So this is a no-no. Don't do this. This is like a quarter of a tube of green stuff. It's like probably 20, 40 grams of green stuff. If I only made that much, I'd have been fine. But I made a heck of a lot more. So what I'm going to do, so for this particular, this is a little genie, an Efreet I think this is going to be. And for these very simple paint jobs, what I do is I basically just cover the base in green stuff, spread it out really, really thin, and then I press a texture or press sand or whatever into it as the foundation, and then I build up other details and stuff on top. So get my mixed bit of green stuff, put it on the base, and then I'm going to use this painting spatula to smooth the green stuff out on the base. A lot of people use Nivea or Vaseline. I just use water for the most part. But what I do is I put a bit of water in my palm so that as I'm working I can keep the tip of the tool wet. And it's also worth making the tip of your fingers wet so that you can just press the green stuff into shape without worrying about it sticking to your hands too badly. Okay, so I can tell right away that I don't have enough volume of green stuff on here yet, so I'm going to add a bit more. My intention is basically really just fill in the body of the base here around the guy's feet, and I'll put the green stuff right up around his feet, right up to his toes, and it's filled between his toenails and all that good stuff. Yeah, just really fill it in. And I quite often put too much on purpose, and then I let it spill over the edge of the base, and then I clean it up afterwards, and then tidy it up at the end. And this is nothing super complicated about this. And a lot of people hate these broccoli bases, as they call them, from Reaper. This is a Reaper miniature. And it's got this broccoli base, as they call it, which is basically just a piece of pewter with all kinds of holes poked in it. And they're really good, actually, for attaching green stuff to. The green stuff goes into the holes and it sticks really, really well. And that's actually quite helpful. It's a nice, warm, dry spring day today, so actually things are drying up really fast. My hand is already dried up. I'll put a little bit more water in my hand with this palette knife, and we'll smooth it out. So just kind of wiggle the palette knife to make the green stuff spread out, And I'm not worried about tool marks or anything like that because I'm going to press a texture into this when I'm finished. And the texture, I'm going to push a sand texture into it. And I do that by literally covering the base with sand while the green stuff is still wet, and then pressing it down with my fingers. And when I've got all the minis ready for that, I'll actually take a little break and go do that because I don't want to bring the sand over here onto my painting desk. My painting desk is filthy as it is, and I don't need the added disaster of having fine-grained sand everywhere all over the desk as well. So I just kind of wiggle the knife, palette knife, spatula, whatever people want to call it. I think palette knife is the official kind of name of it. No, I use one with this sort of leaf blade shape, and then there's like a beaver tail shape on the other one. I quite like the leaf shaped one. Use that to push the green stuff where I need it to be. Yeah, always. Usually, Fridays is our pizza day here in the studio, and we have people that visit specifically on Friday just because it's pizza day. But it was kind of a hectic day today, so I decided. And I know that there's nobody coming tomorrow. It's going to be it's been a quiet week actually all week. It's going to be a quiet day in the studio tomorrow as well. Primarily because we have a big sale starting on Saturday. The studio is also a retail space. On the back side here behind me, we have racks of miniatures and stuff set up, and people come here to buy their miniatures for whatever, for painting, for classes, whatever it is they're doing. See if I got a picture of that. Probably do. Yeah, there we go. There's a part of the retail area, and everything inside that red box is going up for sale tomorrow. And we have a lot of like Reaper and a few other companies that I've had the stuff for years and years, and the packaging's getting kind of beat up and starting to fall apart. The minis are starting to fall out of the packaging as it gets older. So I'm going to try to clear the shelves, so we're having a 50% off sale. Just here in the studio, not on our website or anything like that. It's really aimed at the local painting community, and people will come in and fill a box with 50% off minis, and then when I put my Reaper order in a couple of days, early next week, I'll get a bunch of new inventory in. It's finally warm enough that I can order paints in again without worrying about them freezing too much, which is good because the paints have been flying off the shelf here. But everybody is waiting for Saturday morning to come in and grab all their minis, which means I won't get any visitors today or tomorrow, unless it's people picking up a specific, like a commission project or something specific like that, or they're really desperate for that one bottle of paint. I expect it's going to be pretty much mayhem here on Saturday morning when we open at 10. But that's good. I like it when it's busy in here. And I have a friend of mine who comes in to build terrain projects, and hopefully he'll be here on Saturday to help me out with the rush. My wife will be here on Saturday as well to help me with the waves of people rushing through. And then usually the way these sales work is there's a rush of people trying to get the good stuff at the start, and then quiets off by the end of the day. Of course, the sale goes on. It's just going to go until the stuff's gone, right? Like, it's not like a one-day sale or anything like that. Once the stuff's marked down, calling it the orange tag sale, so everything that's on sale has an orange tag on it, and it'll stay 50% until it's gone. But there's a lot of stuff on the shelf. Like, we have a lot of older Reaper minis and things like that a lot of them you can't get anymore, and so people will be coming in to try to grab themselves a good deal. We have a lot of the what's it called, Reaper Master Series, which was a they don't do it anymore, but it was the start of like a 54mm line. And here's one. All right, that was a 54mm character, and this looks like there's always a date on there. There's a date right there. So this one was cast in October 2006. So that's why the packaging's looking pretty battered. It's a pretty old looking mini. But because what's really interesting I find about some of this older stuff is that it was cast very early on in the life of the mold. So the molds are still in good shape, really crisp. So this figure is beautiful, and I think what I did, I grabbed this one particular one because I'm going to paint it up for ReaperCon. So the question that I see there from Dodge Howl was, how do I like having my own shop studio? I both love and hate it. I love that when I run out of paint, I can just go take it off the rack and keep going. I love that I get lots of visitors, lots of people coming in to ask questions. We got enough space back there for a classroom for 10 people. So we run workshops and painting classes and stuff here all the time. The paint-along classes that I do on Sundays, those the 3-hour Reaper paint-alongs, those were based off of the way that we do the classes here in the studio. And we discovered that the best way to give a beginner a foundation set of skills was to just paint it right in front of them and have them mimic the exact same brush stroke, the exact same color, the exact same technique right in front of you. And that's where that idea for the paint-alongs came from, and they work really well. So that part of it I love. I love that, there's this corner of the studio which is kind of secured off from the rest of it. It's like a 10 by 20 corner. So it's like 200 square feet out of the 700 square foot classroom. And I can just leave the project set up here all the time. I can literally put down the commission project I'm working on and walk out the door at the end of the day and not worry about a cat jumping on it or anything like that. Like, really no fear. And I love that part of it. What I don't like is having to deal with bookkeeping. I have to do all the accounting, deal with taxes, because the revenue in the studio is high enough that I have to charge sales tax and submit sales tax. So I got to do all this sales tax stuff. We had a few people working here before COVID kind of wiped out my operating budget. So I had a young person here for about 6 months that was doing retail sales and was working with doing stuff on the website and learning to paint and all that. That was fabulous. But dealing with payroll tax, all that administrative nightmare, don't really enjoy that. You know, when I'm a retired guy, and I already had my long career, and I'm really doing this for fun. And so having to deal with complicated financial stuff, well, I'm sure to somebody who's a bookkeeper or an accountant, my financial stuff is really easy to deal with. But for an old infantry guy like me, it's a pain in the neck to have to try to work out all that math. So yeah, that's a downside. Worrying about security, worrying about, there's a lot of little problems that go along with keeping the space functional. Keeping, insurance, keeping, paying the bills. It costs quite a bit. I mean, it's a commercial space, 700 square foot commercial space, so it costs quite a bit to be in here. And, it can be worrying at times to, realize that if I don't get any retail sales for a month, then my commission painting has to pay the rent on the commercial space. And that can be a bit nerve-wracking at times. But, really, I know darn well I'm living the dream. I literally can get up in the morning, come to the studio, which is about 8 minutes away from my house on the highway, and then just sit down, turn on some music, get to work, and do what I need to do. And people pay me to do it, which is really brilliant when you get down to it. And I meet a lot of interesting people this way too. Like, not just the people from the commissions, but the other commission painters locally come here for stuff. And all the painting students I got painting students all over the world, which is flattering, really. I really like it. Get to chat with people about what they're working on, give them some help to, some mentoring to work on whatever it is that they're trying to get done. And yeah, I really love that. On the downside, again, there's the neighbors in the building can be of an issue. At the moment, there's a new gym in the basement, a health and wellness gym focused on strength training, and for some reason, primal screaming of some kind and very loud music is part of their training agenda. It'll start up here in about half an hour, actually in about 20 minutes. The people in the basement will start screaming at the top of their lungs, and they'll be cranking up the dance beat music. It's like there'll be like a rave going on in the basement, and the software can screen out most of it. But some days I can see the monitor from my microphone, and the microphone is clearly picking up loud music from the basement of the building. And there's been days here when I was recording where it was so loud that I had to stop recording. You couldn't hear my voice over the noise from the basement, and I had to go downstairs basically and ask them to stop. But noise bylaws are a funny thing. And you can make as much noise as you want during the day. So really I have to rely on them being cooperative to keep them, and being willing to keep the noise levels down so that I can keep working. And if they decide one day, just to say to hell with it and make as much noise as they want, I have no recourse to that. Just except to let the landlord know that I had to, that what they were doing was directly preventing me from working. Yeah, there they go. They've started yelling already down there. Yeah, off they go. And I try to be patient, but it can be really tough to put up with when you're sitting here and it's funny. It's not like the booming bass that comes through. It's all the high frequency stuff that comes through. And the way the basement is it's just a complete bare basement, bare girders, and it just echoes. It's like a big amplifier. But the sounds that are being amplified are the high-pitched sounds. So when it comes up through the floor, like you just feel it in the back of your ear, along your jaw. It's like chalk fingers on chalkboard kind of sound, very high-pitched. And it's interesting. You can really pick out the songs where the singer's using auto-tune, because their vocals are so strong, so pure, that amplified sound coming through, it just goes straight through your ears. And just, yeah. I tried a lot of different. I changed the arrangement of the carpeting in here. I moved the shelving around. I've tried wearing headphones. I've tried wearing earplugs. Even wearing earplugs, I can still feel the high-pitched sound coming through. And I can't wear noise-canceling headphones because they would have to go over the glasses and the visor. And it's physically painful to wear that combination of equipment. And I can't paint without a visor. I can barely see a miniature without a visor these days. My eyes are so shot. So, yeah, good times. Frustrating, but that's just the nature of having neighbors, right? And I wish them good fortune. I hope their gym does well. But at the same time, I feel like if your business model includes primal screaming and music really cranked up, and then you should have put in some form of soundproofing. There's absolutely no soundproofing been put into the gym downstairs. Yeah, so you understand what I'm talking about there, Dodge Howell. Like it's invasively loud. Like it is just, it gets so loud that you can't really focus on anything else. And you can't clearly hear the music. If I could clearly hear the music, maybe I'd be willing to just listen to it and paint along with it. But you can't actually make any of it out. All you hear is like that high-pitched, kind of irregular rebounded echo, and it's really, really grim. I find it really grim anyway. A couple of weeks ago, I was doing exactly this event, just doing the paint along of, or the painting of Stormcast Eternals, and I couldn't turn the mic on during the class. If I'd turned the mic on, we'd have got a copyright strike. It was coming through that loud. Alright, I got a couple of little rocks on the base there. Those were there in advance. I've got green stuff covering most of that base. That's pretty good. I'm going to do one more. And this one's not going to get finished today, but I'll just kind of get it started. And let's do this one. Actually, it might be enough to do this demon. Spread the green stuff out on there. There's a tip for you. This is just regular parchment paper. Same kind of parchment as I'm using on the palette. Most things will not stick to this parchment. So you can put your green stuff on there, and it will not stick to it. If something you're gluing, like with PVA glue or with super glue, and the glue's kind of spilling over the edge, just put it on the parchment, it won't stick. The other really cool thing you can do is if you need to roll out something to be really flat, you can fold the parchment over it, and then roll the green stuff inside this folded parchment. This stuff's too hard now. It's been sitting for too long. I mixed this stuff up over an hour ago now. You just kind of smooth it out. And it doesn't stick to the paper. No problem at all. You get your piece of super flat green stuff. This is how green stuff changes its properties as it dries. And this is about an hour and 15 minutes. So it's still just a little bit sticky. Right? It's just still a little bit sticky. So this was still worked like an epoxy glue to an extent and stick to whatever I put it on. But another half hour or so, it'll stop being sticky, but it'll still be malleable. And malleable, it just refers to how thin you can pull it. And what a lot of people do is once it stops being sticky, and at that stage it won't be sticky anymore, and you can put it through rollers. People put it through pasta rollers and make very, very thin sheets of it. And this can go a lot thinner than this before it'll rip. Like, you can really spread that out thin. Like, that's nowhere near how thin you can go with it. You can really make it thin. And then that's what you make cloaks and clothing and all that kind of stuff with, by just making it really, really thin. And there's no risk of that ripping at this stage. Like, I haven't pulled any of this so thin that it's just going to rip on me. Yeah, it works really, really well. The other trick is to do that on, I use a glass tile. One of these tiles, actually. My daughter made these for me as coasters, right? Hecatina's Frosty Brew. That was my D&D character, Hecatina. This is her potion bottle. And put a bit of water on the glass tile, and then you can use the glass tile to make the green stuff go really, really smooth and flat. That works pretty well, too. There you go. We'll just jam it on. Yeah, it's not quite sticky enough to adhere anymore. That's still good enough. It'll stick. Quite often when it gets to this stage, if you keep working with it and you try to do something like putting it on a base, you'll find later that the whole piece of green stuff just pops right back off of the base. So a couple of ways you can deal with that. One is to put score lines on the base, right? Just take a hobby knife and score it. Put a whole cross hatch of blade marks onto the base. And this works with PVA glue and Mod Podge and that kind of stuff as well. And then the green stuff has something like a tooth to grip onto, and then it won't peel off. But what I find happens is the whole chunk of green stuff just pops right out of the base. Can glue it right back in and just put some super glue under it, pop it back in, let it dry. Actually, I had a customer in here the other day who had dropped a mini that I had made for him, and when it hit the floor, it was really sad because it was a display piece, and it hit the floor and smashed out of its off its base, as well as like his sword bent, and there's a bunch of other problems. But the green stuff puck, if you will, popped complete off the base, with all the rest of the basing elements still attached to it, and I was able to just line everything back up onto the base, pop it back in with a bit of very, very thin super glue, and you could never tell that the miniature had popped off of its base. And just used a bit of brush-on varnish to fill in that little crack that was left where the paint had cracked at the edge of the break. Then, of course, went back, fixed all the chips in the mini, fixed all the damage to the figure itself. There was quite a bit of damage to the figure, unfortunately, but that's just the way life goes. It was... oh, right on. Thanks for chatting there, Dodge Howl. Love having somebody chatting with me while I'm working. Especially somebody willing to ask questions. Talk to you later on. Hope you have a good lunch. Yeah. There we go. Actually, one of the nice things about a nice warm spring day out there is that it's getting really warm outside, but inside here it's getting crazy hot. I'm going to have to stop here in a second and open some vents, open the door. Probably going to have to turn on the air vent for the airbrush to get some cold air going through. It's getting close to 30 degrees in here, I'd say. I'm probably wrong. Let's see. I'm not far off. There's the temperature in the room. It's almost 28. Oops, I grabbed it. Before I grabbed it, it was 28 degrees in here. So yeah, I gotta open a window before I boil it. Alright, we'll get this green stuff finished. Almost done. So I think this guy is going to get some... oh, there we go. A nice breeze coming through, finally. Yeah, there, I don't know if you can see that, but 27, 28 degrees Celsius here in the studio at the moment. A little bit of a breeze going. Yeah, I think this demon is going to be standing on a bit of a rocky outcrop, surrounded by grass and plants and stuff. He's kind of a cool guy. He's going to have a battle axe in this hand, got one fist raised in anger. He's supposed to have kind of big bat wings. The customer doesn't want the bat wings on him, so we'll get rid of those. And then paint him up like a demon. This is a Reaper, an older Reaper figure. I think it's called Belial, Belial. It's one of their kind of Demon Prince series. Classic Dungeons and Dragons Demon Princes. Right out of the first edition monster manual from back in the day. Get quite a lot of customers interested in those really old school kind of first edition figures. It's kind of one of the things about the commission painting business that if you paint something and you put out photos of it, people are going to want more of that because they saw it, right? So if there's stuff you don't like to paint and you're a commission painter, don't post the photos of the minis. Like in the last, well, since the 1st of January, I've probably painted, oh God, 250, maybe 300 figures, but I have not posted most of them because a lot of them are either part of a larger project, like these Stormcast Eternal. So I am posting photos of those, or they're things that I don't really want to paint a lot more of. So, like first edition demons, really really old school minis, low quality figures, cowboys. I don't mind painting cowboys so much. I used to really hate it. I used to get these big orders for like 80 cowboys at a time, and that could be a bit frustrating. But I don't mind it quite as much as I used to now. And I should say what I'm doing. I got a piece of cork, and I've made the cork wet. And what I'm doing is I'm pressing the cork into the green stuff while it's still wet, and that's giving a bit of a rocky looking texture to the green stuff on the base. And then what my plan is later I'm going to fill in around this stuff with some sand, a few little plants and that kind of stuff. Maybe put a little puddle on there. I don't know. Now, when you're choosing your cork for this purpose, some cork is really good for this, some is really not. And this particular piece, I grabbed the wrong thing. This is an old cork placemat from IKEA, which is a very cheap way to get big chunks of cork. But this particular one was not pressed very solid. So a lot of it, like, it's just basically falling apart as I work with it. So it's not really making quite the rocky texture I was hoping for, but that'll work, and I'll fill in the rest with sand at a later stage. So that guy's done. I've been planning to put the rock texture on this one. On this one. This one's going to just get sand. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to clean all this busted cork off my already filthy desk. I didn't really need that busted cork everywhere. This is why I usually do the basing over on their side of the studio. I can make as much of a mess as I want, and it doesn't end up. Now that stuff is really good for putting on bases as like loose, broken rocks, that kind of stuff. The other thing I'll do with it is if I'm trying to build up a texture or a shape around something, I add this stuff to the base and then put super glue on it and then dry it, and then use this to build up the mass of the shape, which is a lot cheaper than using green stuff, but also it inevitably has this very, very rough texture as it dries. And then what I'll do is I'll roll out the green stuff and press the green stuff on top of it to give it the texture, and that works really well. You end up with a texture that looks a bit like that. This is a Big Child Creatives figure. So this is all built up masses of cork, okay? And you can see like this is pieces of cork that were added on in blocks and then used super glue, very fine super glue, to fill in, to hold it in place, and press on a bit more cork, fill it in, and then the final step, took a sheet of green stuff, rolled very, very thin, put it over the top and pressed it in, and that gave it that really cool texture. So it looks like a coherent rock, but it has a really interesting texture to it. And I was able to make like some lines in it that mimic kind of like stone bedding layers in the rock, something like that, or fractures in the rock. And then right on the very top, pressed in a little bit of sand up there where grass would grow on the top, or where sediment would catch in these little crevices. And then that's going to give me a cool looking base when the mini is ready to be painted. And you can see right in here, I've got a little Celtic raven rune, and that'll show up faintly once the miniature is painted. It's a little bit of an Easter egg for anybody that looks close enough. That Morgana Le Fay here from, this is the 35mm Morgana from Big Child Creative. Once she's all painted up, and there'll be a few other little Easter eggs. I'll put like a little rat hiding in there, maybe a skull in some of these holes, that kind of stuff. And then she'll, anybody who looks close will see the raven rune and that kind of stuff in there. Yeah, so that's built up with cork like that, built up with super glue, and then a thin sheet of green stuff like I just did, pressed over top. Works really well. I gotta get to work and get that one painted. All right, now I'm going to take one more step away. I'm going to go and press the green stuff into the base of these guys, or press the sand into those bases, and then I'll be right back. So I'm just going to make a note to anybody who comes in later. I'll be back in 2 minutes. You know what? I'm going to make that 4 minutes, and I'm going to have another piece of pizza and come back. There we go. Just muting the mic for a moment. back again. Oh, not quite back. I gotta clean my water out. Clean water. Now, let's see how much painting can get done on these dudes. I brought back a figure with me. This is Garavon Firepath or something, a Reaper Mini. That's just to show you what the basing that I was just doing. That's what it looks like when it's done. Okay, it's a pretty natural looking texture. And when you put little plants and stuff over it, or add more sand later, or do whatever you want with it, works pretty well. It's a good start point. Before I prime it, though, I use the alcohol Mod Podge trick. So I mix water and alcohol, put it on the base, and then feed Mod Podge mixed with water into it as well, on top of the alcohol. So put the alcohol first, and then with another paintbrush, put the glue on, and that gets in around everything, and it really sets everything rock hard. And then little bits of sand and stuff don't just rub off the base. It also makes it a bit softer or smoother. So when you throw all your minis in the same bin together, the sand is not quite so abrasive when it touches another figure. It still is abrasive, but it's not quite as bad as it would be otherwise. So yeah, that's that. Put those away. Now we got a bunch of Stormcast Eternals, Annihilators, and we are gonna blitz these guys now, and hopefully get a lot of painting done on them anyway. Some of them need the bases trimmed a little bit, but what are you gonna do? This one guy just needs his base trimmed. These aren't glued; they're just pinned, so that if I need to take them off to get access to something a bit easier as I'm painting, I can do that. And also when I go to do to painting the bases, I have a bit easier access. Just brass pins, pin them to the base, and yeah, it should work reasonably well. I mean, I know it works reasonably well. I've been doing it like that on this project for years. I did just want to revisit the stuff from last week briefly, right? Because I was mostly finished these guys, but not quite. And last week, again, I had to turn the mic off because of the noise. And then partway through, as I had the mic muted, my mother called me and had to go to the hospital. So I was like, okay. So I had to end the stream early and didn't explain why. Or I might have explained why, but the mic was muted and I just turned it off and walked away. Though it didn't quite show the finished endless spells that we did last week. So we did these 5. And so that's the final look of the Quicksilver blades. It turned out pretty well. Not bad for a bit of a speed paint attempt. A little bit of a smoky effect going on there. Kind of a gross looking yellowy smoke. The blades look pretty good. And then chromatic cogs looking pretty good. Actually, this is the same sort of basing idea. There's just sand and Mod Podge with a couple layers of Mod Podge over it to hold it in place. Yeah, chromatic cogs turned out okay. I don't remember what this thing's called. I don't remember. It's a Stormcast Eternal specific one. And it turned out pretty good. Pretty happy with that. A really fun surface to practice dry brushing on. It really responds well to that technique. Yeah, so there we got that. Something disc. And this is the Celestian Vortex, I think it's called. Another Stormcast Eternal specific one. So we did the airbrushed the purple ink at the bottom. So dry brushed everything, purple ink to blue ink. Painted all the hammers. A little bit more effort when painting the hammers than they really needed, but I don't know. I like this customer, so I'm willing to do a bit of extra stuff beyond what he's actually paying me for. But this thing, it looks like it's so big. It looks so big on the table compared to some of the other ones. Like there's a There's an Annihilator, which is a big guy anyway. This thing is huge. It looks great on the table. It's going to look really good in his game. And then the final one was the Burning Head. And the Burning Head, if you were watching last time, I was using a medium to fill in, to turn the exposure down so you can see that, I think. There was a really bad mold, a gap. And I used Reaper's Brush On Sealer to fill most of that in. And it was looking pretty good, but then in the end I just added a little tiny layer of white, superfine white milliput, just to take the last bit of the edge off. And I should have done that in the first place, but I was being lazy. Anyway, and there he is. He's the finished flaming head. Much more flamey and less flaming skull. But that giant skull looks pretty cool on him. I'm pretty happy with that. So those guys are done now. And now, go back to doing these Annihilators. The Annihilators! Yeah! Okay, so this is the paint scheme for the Annihilators. These are the ones we did about a month ago, I think. So, we've done Retributor Armor Gold and Reichland Flesh Shade. Now I'm going to do, I'm just going to dry brush them with Orc Armor Gold. Orc Armor Gold, yep. And then I'll probably do a little bit, well, I know I'm going to do a little bit of edge highlighting with Liberator Gold, but that usually I do after I varnish them, so that the final color that goes on, you get a lot of contrast from, we've already made it dull with a dull red, so that's going to be in the shadow. I'm going to use a lighter paint, the Orc Armor Gold, to add another layer of highlight, more contrast. Then we're going to dull this down with a bit of matte varnish, and then the final step will be the Liberator Gold as an edge highlight and as a final highlight, and that, because that's not going to get varnish over, it'll be quite shiny, and that gives that extra little bit of bling to the armor and makes it look really gleaming on the table. And then we see that, just want to make sure the details are the same. So the armor plates, the scale armor bits are going to be standard lead belcher, Nuln Oil, Runefang steel, that sequence. And the blacks are going to be Reaper, solid black, stone shadow, and then stone gray for the final highlight. And blue is going to be the standard Cantor blue with Techless blue. Cantor blue and Techless blue, probably highlighted with by adding creamy ivory into the mix. I think that's what I've been using. No, that's not correct. Dragon white. Adding some dragon white into the mix. Dragon white for the final highlight in the blue, and that's also going to be for the lightning. And then the last thing is the whites. The whites are going to be Reaper Stone Gray, Weathered Stone, Leather White, and Dragon White. So we get all those colors out and ready to go as well. There they are. That's a great sequence for doing the white. Okay, it doesn't look like it on the camera, but this leather white, which I just threw on the floor. This is it looks like a gray on the camera, but it's a white. It's a very light white, warm white. And just painting with that, it looks like white. But then when you hit it with that extra beautiful bright white bling, like you can see, that's a white right next to the leather white. Like, it's a very light color. That just blings it up a bit and makes the white look that much better, which is what's been done on this Sigmar logo on the shield. And we'll do the same thing on the logos on the arms. and on the chest of these dudes. We'll get the same color scheme. So that's the plan. I'll leave these ones nearby as a reference in case I forget, because, brain like Swiss cheese. Solid black or dragon black? I can't remember which one I used. Doesn't really matter. I'll use solid black. It's a nice high density paint. So step number 1 is going to be dry brushing. Dry brushing Auric Armor Gold. Now, I try not to use metallics in. I have some of the Army Painter dry brushes, but I try not to use metallics in those. So I'm going to use these makeup brushes to do the Auric Armor Gold. I'm going to use this one. It's good, easy to control dry brush. These are makeup brushes that were meant for eyes. It's a little bit softer. So that's what we're going to use. We got our minis lined up on the table in the production line. There's the production line. And I'm just going to go mini after mini after mini after mini, dry brushing the snot out of them until they're done. I'm gonna put the paint on my wet palette, which a lot of people will be like, that's not how you do it, that's wrong. And that's okay, but it works for me. So that's what I'm doing today. Put the paint right in the wet palette. It's very dry here, right? So things dry very quickly. And not as quickly as it would, say, in Colorado or Utah or somewhere like that, but still pretty quick. And I don't want to have to deal with big chunks of paint drying as I go. So I'm going to damp my dry brush with just a little bit of water. Get the brush ready to work. Okay, you can see the color coming out of my hand. This is the that was obviously dry brushing with this dry brush with the same color recently. And then I'm just going to get a little bit of paint on the end of the brush, and right here on the wet palette I'm going to work it in. And I'll just keep adding the paint from there into this pile, keep spreading it out, work it into the brush. And the key here for me is just to be very gentle with the first few brush strokes until I get a sense of how well it's going to flow. If it's going to be too heavy, then I'll lighten it up. If it's not heavy enough, I just put a bit more pressure on. But what I don't want to do is right off the bat just flood the thing with way too much gold and have to go back and fix things again. So, okay, this is working pretty much the way I was hoping for. It's just putting a little bit of Auric Armor Gold. It's not reaching down into the low spots. It's pretty much exactly what I wanted. And so this is just the third color that I'm putting on the figure. And I do all this dry brushing early on. This is probably the only layer that I'm going to dry brush. And that's because the dry brushing sends little dried flecks of paint flying through the air everywhere. And it lands in the mini on the mini in other places, which I don't want. So I'll do it just at this stage and then clean it up afterwards. If I need to. I'm probably a little bit heavier than most people when I dry brush. But that just probably is the result of practice more than anything. And it does look better when you build the color up slowly. But I find it a little bit more efficient to have the brush a little bit wetter and risk putting a little bit more paint on than I should, and just manage it through a bit of experience and being careful about the way I do it. Now with these minis, I do go back and blackline quite a lot of it. So if I do press hard by mistake and fill in a seam or something with a little bit too much of the Auric Armor Gold, I'll go back at the end and bring the definition back by manually painting the shadow between objects back in by black lining, or dark lining as some people like to call it. Okay, now just so you can see the difference between these two as I'm going. Not building up the color super fast, just sort of slowly building it up. Could probably get away with even more paint on the brush. I don't want to overdo it. Like anything with commission painting, you want to be efficient, right? And if I end up making a lot of mistakes that I have to go back later and fix, that's not very efficient. So I tend to be a little bit cautious so that I don't have to spend a lot of time fixing errors later on. Errors like that one right there, which is a puddle of Reichland Flesh Shade that I must have rubbed with my finger by mistake or something. I made a little bit of a divot in the drying shade, which does not look very nice. I'm going to have to go back and fix that later. Now, for a lot of these projects, especially if I'm doing like a lot of the same thing, I tend to get somebody else to do the assembly. And I'm just noticing that this guy has missed. There's a mold line right down that leg that got missed. There's a few other bits of damage on this that have come from clipping the Mini from the sprue, but not being very careful about it. And I didn't notice them until the dry brushing picked them out. That's a bit of a pain in the butt, because I will have to go back and fix that later. I'm not going to fix that today. So there's one down. I'll do the next one. Funny how the how Twitch does ads, because I quite often do these things and I don't see any ads for an hour or so or more, and today there's ads coming up, and I know everybody gets the ads differently, but I'm seeing ads like every 10 minutes. I'm seeing 2, 3, 4 ads in a row, which is not normally how this rolls. Now these are like just rank and file troops, right? So that's why I'm dry brushing the gold onto them. If these were leaders, like what was it we did the other day? Astria Soulbright and the Lord Interdictor, I think he was called. I wouldn't dry brush the gold on those. I'd be doing this layering step. Be manually layering. I would not be using a dry brush technique. That's what I'm trying to say. I'd be making sure that that everything went on a bit more smoothly. But that takes 10 times as long to do as to do it this way. And so we're not doing that way on these guys. These guys are painted to a lower standard. They still look hot, though. This guy just keeps wanting to fall off his base. So I guess I will oblige him by taking him off the base. I think I might have too much paint on the dry brush. Might have to switch to a smaller one here in a minute. I know I have a smaller one of this type, but I don't see it. It's one of them. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, it's working. I'm happy with that. Alright, put him back on his base. That's how he goes on. Something like that. Get on with the next one. Yeah, definitely too much paint going on there. I'm gonna have to use a paper towel a bit. Dry things up a bit. These Annihilators are awesome in the game. With my Cities of Sigmar army, I use the guys with the shields there, and they rock. They just kick ass on everything. You don't get quite the full advantage of their abilities because they work really best with some of the storm hosts with some of the special abilities. But even in the Cities of Sigmar army, there's no infantry in the Cities of Sigmar that has quite the same level of durability. And they really make a difference to giving you kind of the maneuver space to make use of other units. Like I use Dark Elves, Darkling Covens, and you know, these guys let me buy enough time. First of all, when you first deploy them, first time they charge out and smack into something, there's a good chance they're going to kill it. but also then they very survivable, and that's why I personally like the ones with the shields, because with a save of 2, 2 on a d6 to avoid damage, it's their armor save. They really are survivable, and most of my other troops are very squishy. So yeah, I really like them as a contributor for the Cities of Sigmar army. Very interested to see what the battle tome is going to look like when it comes out. I've only been playing Age of Sigmar since August, and the points values and all that of the units have already changed 3 times in that time. But be interesting to see what happens with Cities of Sigmar. I heard that the Dark Elves are going to be changed quite a bit. I still think this rumor that somebody leaked about Umbraneth as a possibility, like bringing back a Dark Elf army, Malekith and all those guys, that sounds really cool to me. Mostly because I've got like 2,000 points of painted Dark Elves now, and I want to be able to keep using them, you know? Alright, there's another shiny guy. Some shiny guy. Somebody is trying to reach me. Let's see. Well, it's obviously not anything important, or they'd be... I don't know what's going on with this dry brush today. It just doesn't seem to be laying down the color the way it normally does. Oh, well. If I have to come back and layer on some work armor gold, that's what I'll do. funny, I know one of the first things I said today was to go lightly. And I'm finding myself today just slamming the brush into the model a lot more forcefully than I normally would. That's probably why it's not working. I'm probably scraping off more paint than I'm putting on. You can see the color building up. It's just not quite as strong as it normally looks. I'm very pleased to note that the noise from downstairs today has been quite low. Really, of course I should have known better than to say that. Every time I say that, that's when the noise kicks off. Just pretend I didn't say that, alright? It is really just not, color's just not going on. Like you can see there's a bit of a tide line in the wash there, and normally a few brush strokes with the next color and they disappear. It's really just not doing the job today. Let's try something a little bit different and see what happens. If I stiplet it on, it works. So why isn't it working with the dry brushing today? This works really good. Just one of those funny things about weather and painting. Some days the conditions are ideal. Some days nothing you do is going to work. And what the temperature is now. Cool it off in here a bit. Oh, it's down to 26. That's not so bad. if something has changed with this particular paint. I've had this particular paint for quite a long time. And I have noticed that sometimes these layer paints just sort of stop working. So maybe this one is past its life expectancy. So I'm essentially dry brushing with a very, very small brush, and it seems to be working a lot better than it was. Maybe I was just putting too much pressure on. Doesn't look any shinier than the other ones. In fact, doesn't look as shiny as the other ones. There's the same guy. That's the same guy. Yeah, the other one looks quite a bit shinier. So this is giving me better coverage, but I'm not getting quite the same sort of polished look. So let's go back and do a little bit of extra on top of what we just did. Some of those not mold lines, tide marks have been covered up. So I'm not trying to get coverage with this, I'm just trying to sort of bling it a little bit. Actually, that's working reasonably well. Alright. Oh, look at that. Completely missed the half of this guy's face in there. So, I will forget about that, so we gotta fix that right now. A little bit of auric armor. No, Liberator Gold. And we're gonna paint it. Thanks. Gonna paint in the low spot in the back there, where the side of his face got missed, right in there. I feel like that might have happened on the other guy too, so we'll just double check the other one. No, not quite. The other one is painted in there, just not very well. So that's one of the reasons that it can be really good to start with a dark colored primer coat, because then you don't have to worry about so much. If you miss a spot, it's still going to look like a shadow, And the reason you missed it is probably because it's deep in the shadows. And if you miss it, it just looks like a shadow. Alright, looking pretty good now. Alright, so those guys are ready for the next step. The next step is going to be painting the blacks. So, before I do that, I need to clean these two brushes. And I'm going to change my water. And put it back. Smashed mini cap. Just gotta remember that the gold in the palette goes like way out there, so I don't want to accidentally incorporate that. Alright, and what brush have we got on the go today? Size 0 Da Vinci. And I need just a little bit of flow improver. Okay, let's get the first one and get rolling. So we are going to paint all the black leather in between joints and his boots. And these guys don't have a lot of this material showing. Just enough that you have to actually do it. So up in there. They're probably some of the most heavily armored units that are made. Not much in the way of leather showing. Leather belts. Leather boots. Suppose we could go full miniature monthly style production line. Let's do that. This is from one of Aaron's videos. If you're a miniature monthly person, you'll have seen these. And basically the idea is you just do the same thing on every mini. In order. And when it's done, you put it down and go on the next one. So this step is the belt. So there's one belt. There's another belt. And by doing it this way, you're less likely to miss something on a figure, or on one of your production line figures. So we're just doing the belt, and Aaron in the video describes only touch the mini for no more than about 10 seconds, and put it down, move on to the next one. And you start painting so fast that you become very efficient, actually. And it's a really good technique. You get the feeling of success without committing a huge amount of time. Do want to be fairly careful, though, because you don't want to have to go back and fix a bunch of mistakes. When I'm painting this way, I don't put the figure on the painting handle, because I find that by the time I really get moving, I spend more time putting the mini on the handle than I do painting the figure, which defeats the purpose of doing it in a production line. And in this case, I'm going for speed, really. Still need to be accurate. Here I am making mistakes already. But I am making good progress. Probably be making better progress if I was using a brush with a better tip on it. This brush is starting to be in fairly hard shape. I have not been very kind to it. So I think I'll switch to a brush which is in better condition. He says, I'll switch brushes, and then keeps going with the same brush. Okay. You know what? I am in the mood to use that Rosemary & Co. That Rosemary & Co. has been doing good stuff for me lately. Let's switch off to that one. Okay. So now we go back and we do, what did I already do on this one? I already did under the armpit. So do under the armpit on all of these, one after the other. Might even do it on camera if I'm encouraged. Armpits. Everybody's got them. They all need to be painted. Yeah, I love this brush. It's working really well for me. It's Rosemary & Co. Series 33, size 2. Is that right? Yep. Really good brush. I used to have this one reserved for doing lines and tartans and things. The tip's not quite so good on it anymore, so now I just use it for general painting work, and it's working just fine for that too. Alright, back to the start of the pile, which is, I think, this guy. And now we are going to do... we're going to do his pants. Trousers, pants, this undergarmenty thing. It's not super well defined on this guy. I know that his main butt thing is armored, so we don't want to accidentally, even though it's not really a visible line, we don't want to paint too much of that black. Keep it looking armored. There we go. Same thing on the next one. And this one, 2 sides are visible. There we go. So even though the sculpt doesn't show this very well, we're going to paint it as though it does. Kind of fake it with paint. Because we know that the edge of the black leather just shows a little bit at the side of like the centerpiece of the armor. So we're going to paint it in, even though the sculpt doesn't show it. We know it's there. He knows it's there. There we go. Now we're going to do the backs of the legs. Backs of the legs. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm already starting to speed up. And that's because I'm not searching all over the mini for the next thing to paint. I made the decision before I started this step, so I can just find the thing and keep going. And much less time wasted doing silly things like think about it, make decisions. And just focus on painting accurately. Accurate, efficient painting. That's where the money is. Let's get that one really difficult to access spot. The back of his leg. Just kind of have to reach through blind until you can see the tip of the brush emerge. And hope you don't hit anything you're not supposed to along the way. I'm a little bit shakier when I don't have the figure on a handle. but if I have to do more difficult details later, I probably will put them on the handle, but for now this is working just fine. Don't know if you can see what one of the key things to accurate painting is to just use the right controlled brushstrokes. And the brushstroke you can control the best is done with your finger joints. So as I'm painting, I don't reach on weird angles with the brush. I don't do this kind of crazy thing. I'm always keeping the same fairly similar brush position unless I can't. And then I change the orientation of the figure to match that brush position. And then I'm a lot less fatigued and a lot more accurate. Because that finger motion is the most accurate you can do. It's the most precise, I guess I'm trying to say. A lot of other things go into accuracy, like patience, good eyesight. But if all the other things being equal, that is the most precise brushstroke. All right, cracking along on good progress. In some ways, it could be argued that miniature painting is an ambidextrous activity, because if you don't have the other hand to hold the figure with, or your not painting hand is shaky, this can affect the quality of your painting as well. All right, there we go. Now, reset the production line. The camera is doing that thing again, where it does not broadcast on the right quality. I don't know why it does that. Hopefully that looks better now. All right, so what is the next thing to be done on these guys? It is going to be the arms. So on the arms, we need to go between the elbow and the forearm. Elbow and the forearm. Between the elbow and the forearm. Between the elbow and the forearm. And there. There's a spot that I missed last time. And that is visible in there too. A little bit in there. Probably shouldn't be trying to reach that, but it's done now. Not a huge mess, but that's a difficult one to reach. Right into the corner of that elbow. Right in there. And on the other side, it's on the back. Better not let the Nurgle guys watch these videos. They'll learn all the weak points in the armor plating. Alright, so between the forearm and elbow is what we're looking for. And that is in there. And in there. Go. And it's in there somewhere. And in there. We reset the production line and go for it. Now, what's next? Next is probably going to be some sort of straps. Well, let's just get the feet done. Get the feet done first. And then we'll come back and do all those little straps. Little Nike cross trainery, whatever shoes I got on the go here. Special Stormcast sneakers. And one of the reasons I left these guys pinned, not glued, was so that I could reach into spaces like that under their feet, make things easier for myself. So let's just flip these guys off. Do the foot. There we go. Get a little bit of an Achilles heel thing on the go here with their fancy leather booties. Excuse me. Armor's clearly not as strong in there. And it goes back on. Probably backwards, but whatever. Fix that next time. I think I'll take them off the base facing forward so it's easy to remember how they go back on again. Never forget, sound effects help when you're painting. So if you're having a little bit of trouble with something, just make a little jet airplane noise, and that will help the brush jet in there and get the job done. Just like that. It makes a difference. You can laugh at me, but it works. When you make that noise, the brush knows where to go. And because I had the base lined up, I know exactly where to put him. And there he goes. He's back on there. Do the next one. A little bit shaky today. That's from doing all that green stuff. last 2 days I've been doing a ton of green stuff and a ton of pinning. And it's repetitive strain on your hands. The hands start to ache. It's not as smooth as I would like to be. But it's a job that's got to be done. At the moment, one of the commission projects I'm working on is repairing an old collection. So most of the minis are from between, say, 77 and 85, somewhere in there. Some of them are a little bit newer than that, but not much. So yeah, mostly lead, which is not very pleasant to work with, unfortunately. Some of them are in pretty rough shape. Just looking at one this morning that's mostly, like every scrap of its surface is covered in salt. And you can see both forms of salt at the same time. And it's just, I don't really like working with that stuff very much, but may have to put a moratorium on painting with that stuff. Yeah, exactly. They I'm just talking to somebody here about packaging and pewter miniatures in particular. Um, so the problem is that the molds lose parts. Bits of the molds are made of vulcanized rubber, and as they get used more and more and more, they little bits tear off of them. In fact, quite often you take a pewter miniature out of the package, and there's a little bit of black rubber stuck to it, and that's part of the mold. So people want minis that are newer in nice new packaging, not realizing that the minis in the beat up old packaging are actually closer to the original mini and are going to be better when they're painted up. They're going to have crisper detail. They're going to have all the detail. One of the minis I took off the shelf yesterday is a fairly recent cast of a goblin riding a wolf, and the goblin's whole back is missing.
Oh, really?
So big chunk of rubber,
Yeah.
right, missing, and so that it moved out into the mold, so that part doesn't fill with metal anymore,
Wow.
and so there's like a big hole in the back of the goblin. It's not something you could easily sculpt and fix yourself to
No.
to
Is that a
repair.
miniature that came into you?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
And if it's really bad, I'll tell Reaper and they'll send me a replacement.
Yeah.
But their quality control is usually pretty good. It doesn't happen all that often.
No.
All right.
It seemed like a great company to work with.
They are excellent. Best customer service in the business, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back. Just going out to the cash register. Sorry about that. Got a little distracted. It's always a risk when the guys come in from the base. There's an air base right here. And guys drop in on the way home from work sometimes. And I'm a vet too. And they tell me stories and I end up telling them stories. So it's just the way life goes sometimes. But, yeah. So, I don't remember what I was doing. Feet. I painted the feet. Now we're going to do some form of straps. Alright. I don't like painting straps. It's got to be done. So we will do... Let's do the... Guess we'll do the left arm straps first on everybody and go from there. These straps are kind of a pain in the neck because they're a little bit difficult to get access to, and if you don't paint them, it's really visible. So left arm only, left arm straps only, left arm straps, left arm straps. Yeah, so one of my buddies from my army days, he's a fantastic aviation artist. Just astoundingly good. The guy's name is Peter J. Robichaud. And he used to work for me. Anyway, we'll stop talking about that. But really good painter. And if you're into aviation art, really worth checking out his stuff. Peter J. Robichaud. Outstanding painter. Left arm straps only. Left arm straps only. Paints a lot of the Century Series aircraft. So that's your F-100 Super Sabre up through the experimental, F-109 and that kind of stuff. And so one of my favorite aircraft, F-101 Voodoo. Canada used to fly the Voodoo. And I was always a fan of the F-105. When I was a kid, I painted dozens of models. And a lot of time spent painting the F-105 Thunder Chief. I'm not sure if it still holds this record, but at the time it was the heaviest, gross takeoff weight, single-engined aircraft ever flown. Very cool looking plane. I always wanted to make one, a radio control one with a ducted fan engine in it, but it's a bit beyond my skill set. Because these days you can go and buy pre-made ones. Back when I was learning to do radio control aircraft, the ready-to-fly aircraft was a brand new thing on the market. And definitely out of my price range. I don't know, a ready-to-fly ducted fan or similar sort of jet like that probably still cost you a couple $1,000s, which is really beyond what I want to spend on an airplane that I'm definitely going to crash. Anyway, Peter J. Robichaud, fantastic aviation artist. Worth checking out. So we're doing left arm straps only. I'll go back and do the right arm straps. Oh, screaming in the basement has started again. And they've turned the music on. Hopefully it doesn't get too loud. If it does, I'll have to turn the mic off. I know that's one of the downsides of this location, is that every day coming to work I'm worried about the noise level from the neighbors. It's a constant issue. Right arm straps only. Right arm straps. Gotta reach in there. Find those straps. I wish I could be one of those guys that just doesn't care and just tells everybody to shut up, stop making noise, and just tells people off when they're being offensive. But it's just not the way I roll. If it was, I don't know. I'm just not the way I do things. I'd probably be happier if I just yelled at people. Okay, those particular straps are quite difficult to get access to. But access we must get. Probably have to come back in with the gold metallic and tidy up. Usually I have to tidy up a couple of times on these straps. This is one of those things where when they talk about things being over sculpted, is there really any need to have like that many just loose ends of leather straps hanging out everywhere? That need to, I mean, they're leather straps, so they need to be painted black. But do we have to have them on there at all? I never know whether to paint the gloves on these guys black or just leave them as gold. I always feel like they should be leather gloves. And on some sculpts they look like they should be leather, and other sculpts they look like they should be metal, like they're more of a gauntlet than a glove. There's no real common ground on that. Oh, there comes the music. You probably can't hear it yet, but it'll get louder later. They use the same playlist every time. Seems like that anyway. Alright. We're doing the right hand straps only. Straps on the right arm only, I should say. Go. Oh, these ones are easy to get to, which is probably means that these are the ones I'm going to get wrong. Remember to breathe. Keep breathing while you paint. If you stop breathing, you start to shake. I mean, the whole asphyxiation thing aside. breathe so that you don't get shaky. Stalker 2/2. Sometimes when I'm painting, I just start saying things out loud that I don't mean to. I think I might have just said the name of an aircraft that crashed out loud, and I didn't mean to. I was just thinking about the aircrew. I had some of their family members here on the weekend. We were looking for paints to paint up some stuff they were doing. Alright, so right hand strap's done. So now we gotta go back and do all those little leather tabby things. So that's our final step with black. Leather tabby things. Now, if I remember correctly, can't quite do it that way. There's like 12 of them. 10. There's 10 on each guy. Fuck's sake. One, two, three, four, one, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 is in there. Those are a pain in the butt to cull. Especially that one. You can't paint the other side of it because you can't reach it. But you can see it. You can see it, but you can't reach it to paint it. What a friggin' pain. Alright, so that one's done. 10 more on this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ugh, paint has gotten all kinds of chunks in it somehow. Alright, there we go. 1, 2, 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9, 10. Gonna do them from the inside as well. Wow, those are a pain in the butt. One, two. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Go. 20 left to go. 2. 2 down. Oh no, that's 4 down. Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Darn it. Did some damage to the back of the guy somehow. Must have touched him with the brush by mistake at some point. Fixed it basically. Last one, 10 to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or should I say 59, and 60. All right. Don't seem to have made any glaring screw-ups, other than that one we already fixed. Alright, so what's next? Blue. So I gotta start getting everything ready. That's gonna get Nuln Oil. So we need to do blue. We need to do the weapon handles, which are not Screamer Pink. They're... what color are those weapon handles? Is it Screamer Pink? Anybody know? Is it Screamer Pink or... must be Screamer Pink. I don't have any lighter purple. Any darker purple. Must be. Screamer Pink, that's my story. And then Stone Gray. We need Stone Gray. All the white stuff gets Stone Gray. And we are going to get silver on all the silver stuff. So we got 4 colors to do base coats. And then we can do Nuln Oil. Must be Screamer Pink. Can't think of any other color that would be. Alright, so now Stone Gray. This is the base for our white. Just try to remember what everything is that's going to be white. It's going to be the arm. That little doohickey. They don't have any shields, so there's practically nothing on these guys that's white. I could almost wait. But it's too late. I've already loaded up the brush, so we're doing it. So this doohickey, some sort of a unit insignia thing. It's going to be white. The moon is going to be white. And the arm symbol, glowing, not glowing, just a little arm thingy, bobbler, bajigger bobbler, or whatever it is. Seal, maybe? Seal of Sigmar, Sigmarite seal, Azurite seal, Signifier seal, I don't know, something like that. It's probably got a real fancy name that I don't know. So, 1 down. Seal and moon. Seal and moon. That's all we're looking at. Seal and moon. So, seal. Seal and the little moon guy. Seal and moon. Sounds like the name of a nursery rhyme. Seal and moon. It's about the seal who looked at the moon. 2. Alright. Seal and the moon is all we need to do. Seem to recall that doing the blue first was easier, but it's too late now. Because that circle gets blue on the inside of it. And these guys don't have a lot of blue on them for being Stormcast Eternals. Seal and moon. That's all we're doing. That's 3 down. Number 4. So the formula is stone gray, Nuln oil, weathered stone, leather white, dragon white, in that order. And you can do something similar with the Games Workshop paints. Just really like that sequence of colors. They work really well to give a nice shining looking white when you need it. Back to the ads again. 45 seconds of ads. Used to be nearly that many ads. I wonder if that has something to do with status change for the streaming account. More people are watching, so they do more ads or something. I don't know. Doesn't look like I'm making a lot of progress, but I am. Getting quite a lot done on these guys. It's a funny miniature because so much of him is gold. When the time comes to start doing the finishing details, they paint really fast, actually, these guys. Still gotta be careful. They can be painted fairly quickly. Anybody out there go to Adepticon, go to Golden Demon? I've been looking at all the photos online, and some pretty cool minis. And I don't know. I'm really digging that little crab that was entered. I know that was a person from, I don't want to say, but was it Pale King Hobbies? It's the guy who painted that. And I think it's fabulous. In fact, I've talked to several of my students about it already, and I'm just feeling very inspired by it. So now I'm doing the blue. So all that's blue on these guys is the little circle and the inside of the pauldron. So if I'm going to go production line style on these, probably the way to do this is going to be do the little circle, and then do each pauldron one at a time. That's probably the best way to do it. I think this blue needs 2 coats to conceal the gold. I'm not so worried about that with the white, because by the time the white's done, we're going to do like 5 coats of paint on it. But I do find that quite often this blue shows, the gold shows through the blue when you're done. So I'll do 2 coats on this blue. Nobody went to Adepticon? Almost just dropped the model. But that would not surprise anybody. Anybody who's watched one of these streams knows that I drop models all the time. Sometimes they land in the pallet. Sometimes they land on the floor. Sometimes... Oh, hello. Hey, Kool-Aid. How's it going? What's good? All's good, man. Have a lovely time painting up these Annihilators. So funny. So with the metallics, I put them on my wet palette, which is a no-no. And so what happens is when you mix water with the metallics, they tend to change consistency very quickly. They turn kind of gooey, or the pigments tend to drop out of suspension. So I, generally speaking, do not thin the metallics with water. But I just kind of accept that it's going to happen, that they're going to be gross by putting them on the palette. So once I've had them on the palette for a while, I don't use them again. I get fresh paint. And if I need to thin them, I use Liquitex Flow Improver. And I find that just gives me that last little bit of... it gives me that little extra bit of drying time that I need if I need to... so the paint flows better off the brush. And then same thing happens there though. You thin the paints with that, it falls apart fast. What kind of flow improver do you use? Just Vallejo, yeah. Yeah. I use that in my airbrush. I like it a lot. It's a really nice flow improver. I've been finding it really hard to get. So I'm kind of stingy with it now. So I've also been bringing in the Army Painter, what do they call it? Airbrush medium. And I find the consistency of that very similar to the Vallejo Flow Improver. And the Army Painter one is listed as a flow improver and a thinner. But I find it really I just find it very similar to the Vallejo Flow Improver and the airbrush. Okay, there's blue done on those. So now we're going to do the polyrinse. Yeah, that's why I've been bringing it in, because like I used to be able to bring Vallejo through one of the wholesalers I deal with. And so I was bringing in the Vallejo primers, Vallejo airbrush supplies, cleaner, and Stynylrez primer. But the US wholesaler couldn't get it. And I don't deal with them anymore. I haven't played Age of Sigmar in so long, it feels like I'm going through withdrawal. But I have a game coming this weekend. I'm playing my newish, well, it is new, I've only played one game with them so far, Night Haunt, against a relatively new player. I know I'm a total noob, I've only played about 40 games in my life. But this guy's played, I think, 3. And he's playing Nurgle, Maggotkin of Nurgle. So he's learning the game, I'm learning how to play Night Haunt. So I'm quite looking forward to that. That'll be my first game in about, a month? More than a month? It's funny, before Christmas, everybody was available to play. And I played I think 36 games, something like that, between the 1st of September and the 20th of December. There's a lot of games. But after Christmas, everybody got very busy. A lot of people had work changes and other things going on. And so yeah, there really hasn't been much going on. It used to be that on a Sunday morning here in the studio, there'd be 3 games of Age of Sigmar going on, and another person sitting painting because there was an odd number. And it has not been happening lately. Kind of sad. It'll come back. A lot of people playing it. Just those things where it comes and goes in cycles, you know? You play Age of Sigmar? $40K. Okay. Infinity was my favorite game for the longest time. But COVID really killed that game around here. The last time I played, I played last weekend. I ran some demo games of Infinity here in the studio last weekend. But before that, it was at least a year since the last time I played Infinity. And it was a league. And my last game of the league, it got cancelled because my opponent got COVID and couldn't come out. So I don't even remember what my last game was of Infinity. Demos don't really count. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing the Night Haunt. My aim is to have 3 armies in total. I want to have Daughters of Cain, Dark Elves, like Cities of Sigmar Darkling Covens, and Night Haunt. Main reason for that being that those are models I had access to. And I already had... Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I already had a bunch of Nighthaunt figures sitting in the cabinet there for like 3 years. I painted them up as a demo army so people could see what the different quality levels look like. And then somehow, oh yeah, I remember what it was. I got sucked into playing Age of Sigmar because I had the Star Drake here for like 4 months sitting on my shelf. Fully painted Star Drake for a customer, and every day I was just looking at it and was like, oh, I love it. I need it. So I started painting Dark Elves because of the Sorceress on Black Dragon. And I figured like I could go with like a Hecatina painting studio theme. And that was going to be the Ice Dragon Lady. Yeah, the Age of Sigmar models are just beautiful. And then when I bought a bunch of used lots of Dark Elves, I ended up with a bunch of Daughters of Cain models. And then I was trying to find more Nighthaunt, and I found the Arena of Souls, which is half Daughters of Cain, half Nighthaunt. Bought one of those used on eBay. And now, then the only thing I actually had to buy separate was Marathi. I've got her on the shelf. I bought her new. And I've got a ton of old pewter Daughters of Cain. Witch Elves and I don't remember what the other ones are called. Witch Elves and something. Sisters of Slaughter, I think. Anyway. So, I'm very excited to eventually get all 3 armies fully painted, and then of course as the rules change every month, I'll switch armies to try out different things. I don't know if I ever showed you guys my Sorceress on Black Dragon. I'm pretty proud of that model. Hey, Kool-Aid, it sounds like you might have been here to the studio before, have you? Or you've seen my photos online? Oh, you've taken classes here, right on. Here in the studio or online somewhere? Both, okay. Hey, you weren't just here in the studio a few minutes ago, were you? Oh, it's a bit of a walk for you. Okay, where are you located, if you don't mind me asking? Westfall, okay, yeah. Well, you're going to want to put your walking shoes on this weekend, because our big sale kicks off on Saturday morning. Big sale, yeah. Tons of stuff being marked down. I know, I like sale days. Get a lot of people visiting, more people to talk to. Of course, I didn't realize that the bridges are closed this weekend. The 2 big bridges between Halifax and Dartmouth. So it makes it difficult for people to get here if they're in Halifax. Just means that the Dartmouth team gets first crack at everything. Though I don't imagine both bridges are closed. It must just be one bridge that's closed. Oh, maybe it is both. I know they had said they were going to close both bridges for something. Anyway, at the end of the day, the sale is going on for the whole month. Not for the whole month. Like, the stuff that's on sale, or that goes on sale tomorrow, or on Saturday, will stay on sale till it's gone. Because I hope we manage to sell enough of it fairly quickly, and then I'll roll that over to bringing in new inventory. Any Green Stuff World on sale? Nope. Most of what's on sale is figures and a few terrain kits. The main reason I'm putting them on sale is just the packaging is starting to be old enough that it's falling apart. So it's time to get some fresh stuff. Yeah, we got a few MDF kits that'll be on sale. A few. There's some plastic. What's that stuff called? Terrain crate stuff on sale. For other little things like that. There's my happy dragon. Rawr. There she is. So big she doesn't fit on the camera. She's got her little rider on there with her fancy glowing green whip. I'm really happy with this model, the way it turned out. Took a lot of work, but I love the color. It's got all kinds of fancy colors going on. Lots of magenta hidden in the white. Looks pretty good when it's on the field stomping on Stormcast Eternals. Or more to the case, getting rickrolled by the Stormcast Eternals. That's usually the way it goes. Alright, we need more blue paint. We'll do the other blue pauldron on each of these guys. We'll move on to the next color. My palette is totally dried out. I have to reload the water. Super useful, one of these water bottles to reload the water into the palette. Super useful to paint the camera with your brush every few minutes. Try to avoid doing that anymore. So I don't care so much about that one, but the palette camera, but this camera is fairly expensive, a 4K document scanning camera, and I keep hitting it with brushes. I'm just lucky that I miss the actual lens. Yeah, I use Citadel paints when I have to. I mean, I do prefer the Reaper ones, Vallejo ones overall. But when you're painting a commission project for somebody, and they're looking for a particular color scheme, I just use the exact paint that they're asking for the most part. And just work with it. I've tried some Pro Acryl yet. I can't say that I'm a huge fan as yet. I don't really like... Oh, darn it. Big splash of water on there, or paint on there. That didn't work. Need a stiffer brush to remove that. Yeah, I'm not a super fan of the consistency. I don't really like the finish. But I know lots of people like it. It's like Chimera, right? Like, I have lots of Chimera paints too, and it takes me time to try out a new paint. I tend to default back to the paints that I like again and again and again. Even within, like, I've got tons of Reaper paints on the desk here, but I keep going back to the same ones again and again. I just like the colors. And I don't know if it's that I'm lazy. I think it's more predictability. Like, I know what those paints are going to do. How they behave, what color I'm going to get, how they mix. And I guess it is lazy. I haven't taken the time to learn any other paints yet. I've got a whole bag of 3rd gen AK paints there that are quite nice. But same thing, I really haven't learned to use them. So yeah, I'll use whatever is necessary for the job. At this point, I've been using this this particular blue, this Cantor blue, so much that I'm getting to know it pretty well, because I do a lot of these Stormcast guys. What's the other one? Techless blue that goes along with this. Getting to know that color pretty well too. I drifted off camera again, probably. Takes a bit of care to paint around these gold teeth on these pauldrons. I'm not sure which is more frustrating, those pauldrons or those little things right there. I find those quite frustrating to paint. Starting to look like Stormcast Eternals now. Which is a good thing, since that was the aim. There we go. The air temperature is finally starting to cool off just a little. I shouldn't be complaining, but it was getting pretty hot in here earlier. Thanks very much. Thanks for dropping in there. Hey, Kool-Aid. I hope we'll see you again soon. Hope we'll see you on the weekend. Come in and get your daily dose of, or your weekly dose of Reaper miniatures. I know, they're not 40k, so what are you gonna do? Did have some Underworld stuff here, but somebody bought it today. Bought it before the sale started. What are you gonna do? People gotta have what they want. Yep. exciting and new. Come aboard, it's waiting for you. See, this is the danger of me not having music to listen to. I'll start singing, and everybody will be in real trouble. The Love Boat. Yeah. I think the worst thing about these pauldrons is trying to highlight them without wrecking the gold. They're not easy to highlight around those little teeth. Really inevitable that you're going to get paint on them. I wonder what the weather's supposed to be today. I know they were talking about snow yesterday. Don't think it's supposed to materialize now. Farewell to Nova Scotia, sea-bound coast. Let your mountains dark and dreary be. When I fly away on the bright ocean tossed, will you ever heave a wish or sigh for me? Oh my god. Can't believe I got that song as an earworm now. I'm not going to be able to stop singing that. I guess there's nothing wrong with that. It's not a copyrighted song, probably. The sun was setting in the west. The birds were singing on every tree. Okay, now let's do some Warlock purple. No, I don't even know. I don't know what this color's called. Pink, Screamer pink. Which I know means the Zinch Screamers, right? It's the color of the Zinch Screamy guys. I'm guessing. I'm hoping. Doesn't mean anything more sinister than that. Oh, I've made a mess already. Figures. Not really a fan of this color. I mean, I like the color, I just don't like the paint. Yeah, making mistakes. There we go. At least these days I know where the mistakes are likely to be and I can clean them up quick. One down. 9 million to go. So we're painting the Screamer pink now because it needs a black wash. Same as all the silver does. So I can make mistakes, get the Screamer pink over where it should be silver, and not be too worried about it because I'm still going to go back and paint the silver next. Fix those little mistakes. Just have to be careful with any mistakes that get onto the gold, which usually happens right now. I get gold right there reaching through to paint this color. Right then is when we make the mistake, but I didn't that time. Okay. Always seems to happen. The same thing. This one's got to reach through. Carefully paint the rest of it. I say carefully. Not that carefully, just avoid getting pink on the gold by mistake. Wonder where the idea to paint the leather handles pink came from. Probably something to do with the blue, making the blue look better. Or just random speculation. Oh, there we go. Now it's snowing like mad. Thought that was supposed to happen. It's kind of funny. 20 minutes ago or an hour ago, I was complaining about the heat. Temperatures dropped 8 degrees and now it's snowing. Welcome to Nova Scotia, the sea-bound coast. Where Martin's dark and drear I be. Farewell to Nova Scotia, the snow it just sucks. Somewhere warm and sunny I'd rather be. For when I'm far away on a wonderful sunny beach, please don't spare a second thought for me. I have to admit, this is a pretty good place to live, but it's nice to leave. Go somewhere else for a while. Somewhere where it's not black fly season, or who knows if it's going to snow season. That's what we're in right now. Who knows if it's going to snow season. It's like it's blizzarding out there now. Yeah, snow's going by the window horizontally. Yay! Oh, now the snow's going the other way, so it's not that bad. Not a real blizzard. A squall. Snow shower, I think they call it. Snow shower, snow flurry, snow shower. I don't know. Thick, wet snow. 3 down. And a brief pause to close the window. Mail delivery is here. Woo! Ugh. That's cold coffee from this morning. That's not what I wanted. All right. Anybody out there feeling chatty? Want to say hello? If you don't, it's okay, but just means you're going to have to listen to me do some more singing. Ain't nobody wants to hear that. I don't know all the words to Barrett's Privateer, so you're not getting that either. I know. How can I call myself a Nova Scotian if I don't know the words to that song? Pretty excited. I'm going on a trip to France pretty soon. Going to visit my daughter at her university. Going to be flying in through Amsterdam this time. And the plan is to spend a few days there. I'm taking some museums. been to Amsterdam a bunch of times, but usually it was just passing through or for work or whatever. Actually, passing through on the way to work kind of thing. And some very good museums there that I'd love to see. There's a big art exhibit right now. I can't remember which one it is. I think it's a Vermeer exhibit, I want to say. I want to check out. There's a bunch, anyway. We're going to go down to Nice. And when I went this time last year, when we got to the general vicinity of the south of France, most places the temperature were in the mid-30s, which is a very nice change from 3 degrees, which is what it was here when I left. Main thing is I've been trying to link up the trip so I can do things like go to miniature painting shows or go to model shops or whatever. It's been surprisingly difficult to find them. You know, like if I could figure out the dates of one in Toronto or in Montreal, I'd arrange the trip to spend the day there on the way up or the way back. Or if I could find one somewhere, easily accessible in the US, I'd go there as I'm traveling. But it's been remarkably difficult to find out where and when these things are taking place. Kind of have to go there and then type in, miniature painting events near me, and then that's when you discover that it was last week. A few times I've tried talking to people that live there, and last year around this time when I went, I just ambushed a bunch of French-speaking, or I should say French painters on Twitch and whatnot, and just asked them, hey, what events are coming up, where do I go? And they were all like, there's no events in France, there's nowhere to go, there's nothing to see, there are no good shops. And that really was not true. I'm guessing they just either didn't know themselves or were just feed me a line. Because there definitely are events. Just a question of figuring out when they are. Actually, I was in Paris on my last trip at Christmas. Found a really nice miniature shop right in the heart of Paris. And there was a bunch of Golden Demon winner miniatures in the window, which I didn't notice until I was leaving. But there were some really cool figures on display there. Now that I think about what I should do is just contact that shop and ask them. Either ask them what they know or ask them who to ask. There we go. Let's finally use my brain to put the math together. Love the weather. My wife usually walks over here in the afternoon with the dog, but I'm guessing, since it's snowing at the moment, that she's not going to do that. Just thinking about paperwork. I got a ton of paperwork to do to get ready to do my taxes. It's my least favorite part of running this business is having to do all the tax paperwork. Alright, there we go. 6 weapons with 6 handles painted. Now, it's time to do some more metallic. Need to do that brush aside so we can clean it later. Feel like it's time for some lead belcher. Lead belcher. That looks like lead belcher. What is lead belcher on these? Oh my god, that paint is revolting. Oh well, it's the one we've got. I wonder if I have a new bottle available, because that is really fucking horriblous. Chainmail. Ringfang steel. Abaddon block. Tin bench. Red oxide. Doesn't seem to be a replacement on hand. Iron breaker. That iron breaker looks pretty bad too. Alright, just have to use a bit thinner. Uh-oh. Who's messaging me now? Nobody. Fuck. Fucking people. Sorry, my business gets spammed quite a lot. It's very frustrating. Alright, so silver on these dudes is going to be front and back armor, top and back of the hammer, and that is... Oh, and the little... Oh my god, the end of my paintbrush literally just fell off. At least it didn't hit any minis. And the little thing in the middle of his chest. Well, that is a bit more than irritating to just have the paintbrush fall apart in my hands. Mental note. Be careful with the paintbrush. Okay, so let's start with... We'll do the front armory bit to start with. on each of these guys. On each of the warriors. This lead belcher is shitty paint. This is definitely going to take 2 coats each. So I'll just do front and back on each guy before moving on to the next one. That's my plan. So step 1, the skirt. The scaly skirt. That is what we're doing now. Scaly skirt. 1 down. Scaly skirt number 2. Scaly skirt number 2. These guys are mostly just gold armor. Just fine by me. Scaly skirt number 4. Here we go. I'm sure that's the correct technical term. Scaly skirt. Shoot. Just flooded it with lead belcher. How did I do that? That was a very odd thing. Can't remember the last time I did that. Like, that was a full-on torrent of paint. I didn't even think there was that much paint on the brush. So that's 4 scaly skirts down. This is number 5. Try to save these guys to finish next week. I do have a tendency to go back and finish these guys between sessions. I'd rather Try to keep going on the same ones. That way people can see the process I use to refine the model. But when the will to paint is there, sometimes you just got to roll with it and get the painting done. And who am I to say no? If I'm in the mood to paint, I'm gonna paint. Alright, so there's 6 done. Now we're gonna do the hammers. It's hammer time. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Hammers need to be painted. At least I didn't say it was clobbering time. Although I just did say that it was clobbering time, didn't I? Can't take me anywhere, man. Oh, those are a different color, aren't they? Those are black. Darn it. Those bits are black. Okay. Gonna fix that now. That bit is black. I see a silver hammer. It should have been painted black. No payments anymore. That commission should have been painted black. I see the minis run by, trying not to get painted silver. I need to stop singing before everybody realizes I'm nuts. No minis anymore. I want them painted black. No minis anymore. I want them painted black. Alright, we're going to find the similar guide to that and then make sure we paint it correctly this time. This lead belcher is not in good shape. Time to throw it away. I want them painted black. still snowing, but most of the snow that has fallen has now melted. So it's continued to snow, but there's less snow on the ground than when it started. How's that for bizarre weather? The snow is going away faster than it's falling. And the speed is accelerating. All right. So once I get this silver done, the next step is going to be the Nuln Oil. I think that's right. And when I do the Nuln Oil, I'm going to stop painting and let them dry overnight. And I will probably put them away then and leave them until I do the session with them next week. I'll finish them then. Okay, 3 down, 4 down, 2 to go. So I like doing the Nuln Oil that way, where I do everything that needs the Nuln Oil at the same time. The risk you run into is that you accidentally bleed so much volume of Nuln Oil, well, you put so much volume of Nuln Oil onto the silver that in places, or it will bleed over and get onto the gold. Not so much of a problem with this particular mini, but there's other sculpts where that does become a bit of an issue, and it makes a mess. But where I find it helps is if you, like where the silver meets the purple here, it helps make it sets the conditions for the dark lining to work really well by having the Nuln Oil in between those two colors already. So we're getting pretty close now. A couple little details need to be painted still before I do the Nuln Oil, but not too many. So one of those details is these little metal comet guys on these hammers need to be painted. And the shape on the chest needs to be painted as well. And then we'll be ready for the Nuln Oil. Probably should be doing a second coat of this silver. But I feel like the silver would be reflecting the gold a little bit anyway, so I'm going to just leave it as it is. It will look distinctly different when it's painted anyway, once the final paints are on it, so I think it'll be alright. Getting close. Okay, head of the hammer. Okay, there's that bit done. And now we need just a little bit more silver. I think I'm going to use chainmail. It's a much nicer silver. Do that. Chainmail. Beautiful color. I'm going to use the chainmail color to do the little insignia on his chest so that I have a bit better control. It's a nicer paint. Yeah, that worked better. Some of these guys have like a thing on their head, don't they? Oh yeah, that doesn't matter. Not on these guys. Why are these eyes all messed up somehow? They all migrated around the table. Okay, and then there was one spot on every one of these that I made the same mistake, and I'm going to fix that now, which is right there. All of them got the same mistake. Difficult spot to paint that right in that corner. Oh. Now, there was one guy that had a damage on the back to be fixed, that guy. Right there. To fix that. I think that was the only one. Okay. Somehow this guy's arm got missed. Okay, now we're more or less on track. And the next thing is the black that I missed a few minutes ago on all those hammerheads. So we'll do that now. Don't worry, I won't be singing any more messed up Rolling Stone songs. I'm just gonna do it. Oof, snowing even heavier now. feel like I'm about to sing the Spider-Man theme song. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. He's got radioactive blood. There goes the Spider-Man. Into the Spider-Verse. There's some very unusual noises today. Sounds like somebody's running on a treadmill, but it doesn't sound like it's coming from the gym. It looks like it's coming from like outside the window. It's very weird. Hammers of Justice. Or whatever these are called. Grand hammers, two-handed hammers. Got some fancy name, I'm sure. See, they're there. Coming along quick now. Could also be somebody running a hose. It's like a weird water rushing noise. So talk to me about miniature painting. to me. Da, 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 da. Oh, so close, so close. Gemstone. Don't remember what color this gemstone is supposed to be. I think it's going to be a red one, if I remember correctly. The one on the hammer is going to be electrical blue. These guys are going to be a little bit less glowy than the ones with the shields. What's going on there? Some odd behavior. So baby, talk to me. I love to. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, we are ready for the known oil. I think. Okay, remember to clean all those brushes. Now we need a good brush to do some fairly precise non-oil application. I think about a size 2 is what I'm looking for. Do I have any size 2? I have that size 2. And that's, oh, that's a size 3, 4. Those are a little big for the job. Alright, let's try this size 2 and see how much I hate it. Non-oil. Non-oil. There it is. Yeah, we froze for a moment there, and I'll be back any second. What the hell is this guy? Okay, Nuln Oil. So this goes over all the silver, all the gray, the blue, and the purple. The question becomes, what is the right sequence? So we'll do these skirts. Front and back. The little thing on his chest. The other little thing on his chest. This shoulder pauldron. Other shoulder pauldron. Right thing on his arm. Okay, so that's everything except for the weapon. So we'll start on the back end of the weapon. Work my way forward. Don't want to flood it, so I want to be a little bit careful about that. Excuse me. Doesn't really matter if this ends up sitting on the black. It's not really going to show. Going to end up highlighting that later anyway. Okay. So there's that one done. Do the next one the same way, which is that guy. Okay, so back skirt. Front skirt. Tip over the Nuln Oil. Thing on his chest. Move the Nuln Oil to avoid accident. Cauldron, number 1. Cauldron number 2. Look for the null oil that you moved, but now you can't find. Seal on his arm. And then the weapon. Start at the back. And work our way forward. Oh, new session of Primal Screaming going on downstairs. Gotta love them. Right, next dude. Wipe the crusty stuff off the brush. And it's just thing on his chest. Pauldrons of Love. Da-da-da. And oh, I forgot to do the skirt on the front. Choke for that knee. And he's got that thing on his arm. This one's on the bottom. And now we're doing the big hammer. Start at the bottom again. Work our way up. The head of the hammer. I'm sure that must be the name of a heavy metal band of some kind. Maybe some sort of death metal band or something. Head of the hammer. I'd listen. Maybe it's an industrial. That's what it is. It's an industrial band. Head of the hammer. Is the way of the hammer. Maybe it's a Norse prayer to Thor. The way of the hammer. Or maybe I should just stop talking because I sound like a lunatic. Not for the first time, I'm sure. All right. It's gonna be interesting weekend. And a thing on the bottom of the arm. And then the hammer. All right, 4 down, 2 to go. These guys are starting to stand awfully close to that bottle of Nuln Oil. We don't want them to hit the bottle of Nuln Oil. Skirt on the back. Oh, man. That's too much Nuln Oil. That is gonna pool. How do I get that out of there? So I'm just lifting that Nuln Oil out with the tip of the brush and moving it to other locations. It's just a little too much there. The little seal on the bottom of his arm. Okay, and now the weapon. 5 done. Number 6. Trying not to do quite as much on the skirt this time. Much better. Pauldron number 1. Pauldron number 2. And then the hammer. Oh, forgot the seal on the arm. Out of sight, out of mind, as it were. There we go, that's done now. Keep going on this lovely weapon. Okay. I think we're there. Looking pretty good. Pretty happy with that. So I think I'm going to do one last thing, but I think I'm going to go off camera now. Thanks very much to everybody that hung out and asked questions and chatted today. I appreciate that. And look so forward to seeing you guys next time. Don't forget we've got our paint along on Sunday. And this time we'll be painting the Crypt Guardian, which I'm looking forward to very much. Okay. Have a lovely day. See you soon.